Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend, John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police, who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, good morning, everyone. What am I doing? I should take this off the screen first. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, where I'm at. It's a very early morning, but very good. Very happy, very happy to see you all here. I know we've had a long break. Last week, we only had one trial day, and it feels like it's been forever, right? Are you guys going through? Oh, my mic. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. Here we go. That's got to be better, right? Now it's going through the actual mic. Okay. Okay. All right. So anyway, like I was saying, yes, last week, just one trial day. Today we've got a full day of trial. Wednesday, we've got a full day of trial. Thursday, we've got a half day of trial. So here we go. I'm a little bit sunburned. I went to a baseball game yesterday. I went to see the Dodgers win, and it was a wonderful, wonderful day. Even though it was cloudy, I still managed to get a sunburn. But that's what happens when you have Northern European skin like mine. Anyway, lally tally. Actually, no, before we do the lally tally, let me show you guys this. Like, one of the benefits of the break was that I was able to finally work on some meme merch. We'll get into the testimony really quick. Don't worry. We'll get all caught up. We'll fast forward through the recesses and everything else. But I want to show you guys. The meme merch that I have made. This is actually, no, yeah, we'll do it like this. So, let's see here. Alrighty. Yes. So I went through and started making some meme merch. So you can see here we've got some glassware for see me at sidebar. Sidebars, not snide bars. We've got, of course, we need a good red Solo cup. Important evidence, do not tamper. This is how I prevent cross-examnesia. And of course, we need the chinchillas of evidence. So yeah, this is I had some fun making all of those, of course. So yeah, so the link to the merch, if you guys want it, if you are interested in it, it is in the description below, and also the mods are putting it up in the chat as well. So you can see here, has 01 has got the link right here. So yeah, so definitely check it out and see if that's something that would interest you. And then otherwise, we have now the lally tally, of course. So going into day 19, so total after day 17 was 1172. Day 18 was 37. So the end of day 18, grand total was 12. Oh, sorry. Did I say 17? I meant 37. I'm reading this tiny on the screen. 1209. So, yeah, we're at 1209. We're at 1209. It was supposed to be 38, or it was counted at 38, but one of them was supplied by a witness. We've even got witnesses saying what, if any, but that one was appropriate. So it's fine. We can let it slide. Also, Nick Wilson, member for 20 months. Thank you so much for being a member for 20 whole months. That's amazing. One of the OGs of the channel. Love to see it. So, all right, folks. Okay, so that was all nice and fun. Now let's get on to the testimony, shall we? We've got the poll in the chat, so no need to remind me on that one. I'm on top of it this morning. Okay. Alrighty. All right, let's get to it, shall we? And also, as always, questions in the chat. I will be gathering those and then answering them when it's a good time to answer it. Some of them right away, some of them a little bit later. Yeah, let's get to it.
Nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes. I nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last informed? No. Everyone said no. Now, jurors, before we start, I do want to give you that instruction again on what is evidence. So in considering the testimony of any witness, remember that the questions that are asked are not evidence. Only the answers, which are really the only part of the exchange between the lawyers and the witnesses that are under oath, are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no. Then based solely on that question and answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle.
That's true.
That the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that the uncle left the witness money, or that the witness poisoned him. So keep that in mind for reference when you're listening to testimony. All right, Mr. Lally, who's your first witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to the stand.
Okay.
Kevin O'Hara. Related to Scarlett O'Hara, perhaps? Perhaps. Let's see here. Oh, so now we finally have a state trooper. Okay.
You promise with the evidence you give the court and jury in the case and everything is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
It's our 51st witness, by the way, just so you guys are tracking.
Forgive me, Your Honor.
Anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
And how many employees, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the state police?
Just over 22 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
4.5 years.
And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT.
And the CERT team within the state police, approximately how many members of that unit are there?
We have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them.
Now, generally speaking, what are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the CERT unit within the state police does?
CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the state police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large-scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security.
And how long have you been assigned to that unit?
Since 2014.
Now, were you working with that unit on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, I was, sir.
And at some point in the afternoon on that day, were you contacted by Lieutenant Brian Tully of the state?
Yes, at 2:32 p.m., Lieutenant Tully gave me a phone call.
Now, as far as Lieutenant Tully is concerned, were you familiar with him? Were you familiar with what units he supervises?
Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit.
Now, if you could describe to the jury sort of the process by which your particular unit is activated, is that in its instantaneous thing, or how does that work?
Normally, we'll receive a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available. If we had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on the request, it may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel who is in charge of the Division of Field Services.
So that initial call that you received about 2:32 in the afternoon, how would you characterize that first call?
Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
And the weather issue that day, what kind of weather issue?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18 to 20 inches of snow.
And as far as that initial phone call with Lieutenant Tully, as far as what was described to you as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what, if anything, did he say about that?
He said they were conducting a death investigation on the town of Canton, and he was looking for assistance with an evidence search.
And how did you respond to that request on that initial phone?
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond, and that I would start working on the approval process. Looking out my own window, I hadn't been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on our response time.
And following that initial conversation, did Lieutenant Tully reach back out to you at some point?
Yeah, I'm not positive if he called me or if I called him. I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure, see what the status was on the approval process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him, because I was getting nervous that now that my driveway was cleared, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services.
This is riveting.
He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
This is like absolutely riveting. I'm on the edge of my seat trying to discern how exactly his approval process ended up getting approved so that he could go and investigate this case. I don't care. But of course, we need to know the route that he took to the crime scene. So get ready for it.
And do you know approximately what time of day it was that you had that second conversation with Lieutenant Tully?
It's probably about 3:45, because we sent out an alert to our team at 3:48 telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
And as far as your team was concerned, can you speak a bit about sort of that process as far as the response and who was to respond and how you were able to sort of pull together the body to respond?
So CERT is broken up. We're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I had reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request to drive that far in the snowy conditions, to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53, requesting an availability list. I told him to just confirm that the people responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
And where was it that you were told, where did you eventually respond to?
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, secured response from your higher-ups, what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to 34 Fairview?
Well, like I stated, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc. I left my house at 4:13 in the afternoon, and I got on scene at 4:56. So it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
And from your house to that location in Canton, about how, absent sort of the weather, how long a drive would that go?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you
Also, really quick, Andy the Game Maker, thank you so much for your super chat. This is, if you are not familiar, this is my big brother. Thanks, Andy. Oh, you want riveting? I'll show you riveting. Oh man, it's too early for that, Andy.
Respond. How many other members of your unit were able to respond to the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including myself. Only 7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, again, after we initially started 8, which did kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
And getting to that in a moment, when you first arrived on scene, I think anyone else preceded your arrival? Who was on scene?
Just one other trooper from CERT, Trooper Jay Bousselet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us,
Yes,
please?
sir. It's Trooper Jason Bousselet. It's Beausoleil.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Lieutenant Rao, when you arrived on scene, where did you park in relation to the house, or where was Trooper Bousselet in relation?
Trooper Bousselet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway of 34 Fairview.
And you recall, at some point, your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Bousselet's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, was he on scene when you arrived?
He was not.
And at some point, did you reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving. Canton PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes. That was probably around 5 o'clock.
Now, as far as the house that you were parked in front of, and as far as the residences on that street, who, if anyone else, as far as neighbors or anything like that, or people from the house, did you see outside the house while at any point in time?
We didn't see anyone outside the houses. A resident of 34 Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene, but that was the only person we saw.
And exited and came down to where you were, or where did that person?
No, he was, if you look at the house, you could consider 2 front doors, one closer to the garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door, had a hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and he walked back inside the house.
Gunnar 1950, thanks for the super chat. Good memory. How good on cross. Very good point. We'll see if he also suffers from cross-examnesia, but so far he's been pretty specific about his timing. I mean, he says that the alert went out at 3:48. He arrived at 4:56. So he's pretty specific about his memory here. We'll see how this continues to go.
Now, as far as you mentioned a bit about the snow, as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you were in, what if anything did you know or observe in regards to the roadway and sort of how it had been treated as plowed prior to your plow?
The plow had really only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road. So maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tully arriving on scene around 5,
I think by the way, that response about the snowplow had really only cleared the center of the road. I think that is going to be, I think that what they're hinting at is maybe to combat the later snowplow testimony that is likely to come from the defense. Because I do have some understanding that the snowplow driver is going to be testifying pretty importantly for the defense later. So I think that is maybe to indicate, well, the snowplow driver didn't get right next to the curb, therefore there's plenty that he wouldn't have seen and things like that. So I'm wondering if that little detail is interesting for the jury to like think about later on when that snowplow driver is actually testifying. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but it was an interesting little tidbit.
At some point, did he, what if anything, where did he direct?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, had you, what if any experience did you have doing this type of searching in these types of conditions?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to.
Now, as far as the search that your team does, if you could, was it typical or was it non-typical as far as conducting a search of an area that had already been gone over by another agency or by someone else from the state?
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first persons to search an area.
And can you describe sort of the, I guess, sort of the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things of that?
I think our training is a lot different than maybe the regular patrolman or trooper responding. There's not much training provided anymore in the academies. So we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups that we're a part of, which would be the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be, you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
And as far as your training is concerned as it relates to this particular search, what if any, sort of methodical approach did you develop or what did you employ in this particular?
We gridded off or marked off the area Lieutenant Tully thought would be the best area for us to search. So we had a starting point and an end point. Once all the members got on scene, we set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
And about how big an area was it that you initially sort of set out to search?
It was just over 50 feet, I believe, from the front door, which is the left door, looking at the house from the street, to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length or width?
That is length.
And as far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area were you searching?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what, if anything, was given you in relation to that?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim, in this case, was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
And sir, at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we had found one or two of the pieces with taillight, I asked him if we knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
And at any point, did he make any reference to who was coming along with the tow to Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
You mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as to rank certain items. Can you describe to the jury sort of the process and what many tools or implements you use and sort of how that search was done?
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, use his headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
As you mentioned, sort of the headlamps and moving the vehicle as far as the headlights on the area that you're searching. What was the visibility and what was the lighting conditions around that area at that time we were conducting?
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting, but with the headlamps, I mean, we had decent visibility.
So when you first arrived on scene about 4:53 p.m. or so, was it dark out there?
Yes, it was, sir.
It remained dark while you were still on scene?
Yes, sir.
And in the area that you were looking, in your testimony, there wasn't much overhead sort of ambient lighting or street lighting in that area, as far as you recall?
Nothing that really helped the search.
So the area that you were searching was an area of the fire hydrant, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with shovels and the other different implements to sort of sift through the snow, where was your focus as far as the street versus the front lawn?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
You're primarily searching or entirely searching along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point did you, through the course of sort of shoveling and the removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of the grass in the front lawn?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he started to clear some of the grass on the front lawn. Yes, sir.
What, if any, issues did you encounter when you got to sort of the grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving, even with the push broom and the rake. It was very difficult to definitively say we'd cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
Now, you referenced that only 7 members of your unit were able to respond because one got stuck in the snow at the end of the street. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that had some impact as far as documentation of the scene. Is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind the line and kind of document our efforts, but because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line, and we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And so to that point, as far as the 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, with anyone else present for the course of that?
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police, so I'm not sure who the other 3 were. If they were Canton detectives or Canton patrolmen, but they were all dressed in civil, plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to that?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
And as far as documented with photos taken by Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, they were, sir.
And the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to anyone sort of touching them or moving them or placing them, other than those sort of related to the search effort?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
And in reference to your search efforts, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you and your team locate?
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you assessed?
They were on the street in between the flagpole, and the fire hydrant.
And sir, in addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that you uncovered, you know approximately how many pieces of that you were able to locate on that day?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small, or did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that were uncovered during the search process, what if any other items of interest were located?
We found a sneaker.
And where was that sneaker located in reference to the scene, your search efforts, and in reference to pieces of clear and red plastic?
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb, and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those pieces of red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through, and by that, where were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
Sure. With reference to each of the items of evidence that you've been talking about, whether it be sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to the asphalt surface of the road?
Close to the curb. As we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also,
So they found the sneaker in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant, kind of flush up against the curb. Okay. All right. So he's the one that found the sneaker. Don't know why that wasn't found earlier, but all right. It was found later that day. TJM, thank you so much for the super chat. Ever been to the Doritos farm? It's a cool ranch. Dad joke. I love it. I love dad jokes. That's perfect. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue, shall we?
sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching, beyond sort of snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding these items?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically, you mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up? What were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I stated, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in their shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area, what was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably maybe 18 inches of snow.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, about how long a period of time was it that you were on scene as far as searching and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
And as far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time, and we decided to suspend the search.
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with the weather conditions and everything that had gone on, which was located at that point, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of continuation of the search at some later time?
I told Lieutenant Tully, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said if you wanted us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
You mentioned troopers Buchanan and Proctor, or you received information that they were following a vehicle to the station, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you, do you know either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor in the area of critical care during the entire time you were there?
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you had mentioned around, they were not, correct?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how was that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific case?
So we don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for a crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we've continued to search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
So once you get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for from Lieutenant Tully, is Lieutenant Tully directing your search efforts in any way, shape, or form?
He is not, no.
And is that typical as far as how searches will be conducted?
Correct, yes. Yeah, they let me run the search the way I deem best.
Is there, in addition to photographs, what if anything else was done to document the scene?
We had one of our members use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe to the jury that process as far as mapping is concerned, or how mobile positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that.
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to give you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved with GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the items, or 3 pieces of the tail light. But as he was marking those items on his GPS, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other. So he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if he were to mark all the pieces we located.
Is so with respect to the 3 pieces of taillight that were marked on the diagram, excuse me, were those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to fast forward through this part.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of 24 photographs. Briefly, I'm going to ask you in a moment if you recognize. Do you
Yes, sir.
recognize what's in those photographs, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll be getting cross from Yannetti, it sounds like.
Other being marked, may we approach briefly?
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, she needs to have her attention on the marking, I'm sorry.
Okay, while she marks all 24 exhibits, we're going to fast forward through this part.
Jurors, it's very important that we keep our record straight. It will be important for you during the deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us, but sometimes it takes a while. I caution counsel that maybe you can all work together so that we don't do this, take up any extra time.
Yeah, the internet agrees.
All right, do you need those photos back, Mr. Lally?
Yes, sir. May we approach on that, Your Honor, briefly?
All right.
Okay, so we'll fast forward through this part as well.
Just been marked as those.
Oops, okay, we're
Your
going
Honor,
back.
with close permission, may I publish those, what's just been marked as those exhibits for the jury?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What you have before you is laser pointing, just click on that point on the screen if I or anyone asks you to.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant O'Hara, I think it's going to be good. We're going to know that. Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have up on the screen before you, is that what you have as Exhibit 134? I'm sorry, 111.
Hold on, might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe to the jury, and if you, using that laser pointer, what if anything is significant to be observed in this particular photo?
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
And sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom back out a little. Now, as far as when you're conducting the search and when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it? Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes, because of the air conditioning. So you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing, and is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
As far as the wind was concerned, what if any impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you were conducting?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on 12.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
It's sort of a different perspective of the same area that you were talking about in the last photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of a closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Yes, please.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes, it is.
And again, a closer up image of that same piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up with one of the team members' shovels. And as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
Yeah. So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this. We can't hear you at all.
Yes.
The issue is I'm trying to move away from the podium.
I understand. So we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you.
Would you, Judge?
Yes, please.
It is interesting that no one can
What's
find
up
it
on the screen,
before.
is that what you have before you as the next?
Yes, it is.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel. And again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
And the next photograph is showing. This particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length, size of it, if you know, how much would you estimate it, how big it was?
It gets a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is depicted or what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
So this is the CERT members working through the area, again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar size item that we're looking for, and we'll space out. Because this was such a condensed search area, we just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they search through the area.
And the next photograph is shown. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at or what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photo.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
And as far as the area of the curving that you indicated that the sneaker was recovered in relation to, where is that?
It's flush up against the curb.
Again, I'm sorry, using the laser.
Oh, I apologize, sir. Right here, this would be the curving right here.
And the next photograph is coming. They're similar as far as this photograph is concerned. What, if anything, do you observe in that photograph? What do we?
It's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneaker's in the bottom right down here.
The next photograph.
Oh, yeah, there is a sneaker.
And again, what, if anything, are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker, as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is given. Sort of the other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And is that fit sort of its relation to the curve that you were describing earlier in your testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. Now, as far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph. Still. And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Or how it appeared when it was discovered, I should say.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is coming. Next photograph is coming. And sir, in this photograph, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
This is Exhibit 125. It's the photo I have in front of me. This might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the taillight right here.
And the next photograph is coming. And again, sir, what is depicted in this Exhibit 126?
See a little closer zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, does that sort of depict the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
The next photograph, 127. What, if anything, are we looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
The next photograph is Exhibit 128. Sir, if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 128.
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
I feel like I'm looking at a seeing eye picture where you're like supposed to see a sailboat somewhere. Oh, there it is.
Again, if you could demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you observed.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, 130. What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph, 131. What, if anything, is depicted in Exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red taillight located on the ground in this location.
And the next exhibit, 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 132?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of taillight right here located on the ground.
And the next exhibit, 133. Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 130?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
And lastly, I think it's 134.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Just turn take those one go away and give you this. You can just take a look at those and look up when it's finished.
What's that, sir?
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize those?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they are.
What's contained in those diagrams, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon?
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
May I approach again, Your
Yes.
Honor? I'll seek to introduce you. No objection to the maps.
All right, thank you.
All right, so now they're going to show us the maps. Let's actually get some questions here really quick. All right, here, Baz 80s. I heard some of the other YouTube lawyers and prosecutors say you can buy any kind of expert testimony. Obviously, not meant to be true, but is it? I mean, sort of. I mean, you are hiring an expert witness, and you are hiring them after having talked to them about what it is that they can testify to. In other words, will they or won't they support your position? And you can always talk to an expert and they can say, nope, actually, I would come to the opposite conclusion. And you can say, okay, I'm not hiring you. So that's kind of similar to that. So, experts they're always a hired gun, so to speak. But yeah, it's kind of, in a sense, you kind of are buying expert testimony, sort of. But that doesn't necessarily mean that every expert is not to be trusted. There are plenty of experts that have testified in a lot of these cases that have testified very, very well. And it doesn't necessarily change their testimony being hired, to give their testimony. Alrighty. Sarah Beth, question, wouldn't a search warrant have been required? What happened to no probable cause? Well, that would be to search the inside of the house. To search the outside of the house, the front lawn, no, because that's essentially accessible to the public. Buttercup 203, question, so the crime scene was left unattended from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That is correct. Sophie 1518, what's something from this trial that has stuck with you? Also, thank you for all your work, Alita. No problem. Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. It's the evidence gathering is something that's really stuck with me. It's those red Solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag, those things are just I've never seen anything like that in any case. It's wild. Clopidogrel. Gosh, you must be getting up at about 6 a.m. or so. Yes. Well, actually, the stream starts at 6 a.m. West Coast time, so I'm getting up before that to make sure that I am ready to go. I've had some breakfast. I've put on my makeup, gotten dressed, and all that good stuff. So yeah, these are early mornings for me. Baz 80s. I heard the truck driver who took KR's car to the police station said the taillight wasn't missing because he would have reported it, so he didn't get blamed. Is he on the witness list? I actually don't know. So folks in the chat, if you know if this person is on the witness list, I can look up names, but I don't necessarily know who those people are, other than, like on the defense witness list, if they're an expert versus a lay person, or a lay witness, I should say. Ardo Risnin, Legalbytes. Someone just brought to my attention you are drinking clear liquid. Shame. No drinking and streaming. Think of the avocado. Yes, I know. The horror, right? The shock and horror of drinking a clear liquid from a clear glass. Definitely vodka. I mean, yeah, for sure drinking vodka. No, of course it's water. But I mean, it just goes to show just how silly that can be, right? Let's see here. Emelisa 4. Do you think Lally will be better on cross when it comes to the defense's turn? I don't know. Actually. We'll find out. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, if they found taillight pieces that big, why not run prints to see if someone busted it out? Why just assume KR did it? I don't know if prints are going to show up though if it's in the snow. That's another question. Baz 80s, Legalbytes, aren't they supposed to mark where each piece of evidence is found and number them and take a picture of the whole area? Or is that just on TV? Well, they have been taking pictures. And he said that they did map them with the GPS marker. So, that we'll see how that turns out, right now as we get into that. But let's see here. All right. I think I'm looking for other questions as we. Okay, I think I got them. If not, I'm gonna keep looking and see if there are any other questions to save here. Rattlesnake member for 2 months. Thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. Welcome. Very happy to have you here with us as we continue our coverage here. All right, and speaking of which, let's get back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to one in each succession to the jury?
Yes.
Mountain Princess 207. Thanks for being a member for 18 months. And also,
No.
thank you for the reminder too. Please hit the like button. I did forget that this morning. So if you are enjoying the coverage, please do hit the like button. It does really help us to push this out to more people to join us for this coverage. So yeah, thank you.
Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have before you is the first diagram, 135. Is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And you mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And you mentioned range of error. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram?
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is the satellite geometry. As I said before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with your receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if any, sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular diagram.
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. Then as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker. You'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Ms. Kimman, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 136?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read. So we removed the taillight pieces, and now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. Again, we started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search began and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value, is that correct?
Correct. We had gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for, it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was that from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street, so down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Now, sir, at any point in time that you were on scene, were you able to look at or see any sort of photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, so you talked a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. As far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct. So that'd be probability of detection.
And I believe you've referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables are and how it related to this particular search?
So probability of detection, it winds up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which is again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last two I think is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
And so was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you were gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Survived.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It was at my house.
I'm sorry?
It was at my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that time,
Correct,
right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
All right. Is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure. No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
No, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
Good question.
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would, please just respond to my
What
question.
my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Ms. Giannetti.
Yeah.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there, there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit?
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of an area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right?
That's not a great answer for the prosecution. That's not a great answer for the prosecution, because he's saying if they don't think that there's going to be anything that's going to come up in the search, that means that the police searched around, they looked for stuff, they figured, well, we got everything, which then means, well, then why was there suddenly all of this stuff that was found later? It either indicates, first off, that actually I should go like this. It either indicates, first off, that the police did not do a good enough search, and we obviously have plenty of information about the quality of the search by Canton PD that morning. I mean, like you know, all kinds of
Solo cup, I fill you up.
right? So there's that, but then there's also the possibility of, okay, maybe they did search thoroughly and they actually, you know, found everything that was there to be found, and then all of a sudden the stuff showed up later somehow. The fact that it was unsecured for a full 8 hours introduces some reasonable doubt, even if you're not, you know, on board with the whole Alberts and McCabe's framed Karen Reed thing here. Maybe they didn't. Maybe someone else planted something else here. Maybe you know, like something else could have happened here. It's just like there's still this question of like, how did this stuff end up here then? And yeah, it is a little bit. It is a little bit.
Suspicious. Don't be 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 suspicious.
John Ralphio?
I totally cut myself off, but it's fine. Yeah, it's a little suspicious, but you know, or at the very least, it's questionable, right? Like what happened in those hours? A lot of stuff can happen in 8 hours. So yeah. Alrighty, okay. And yeah, Baz 80's question, as Mike Olson said in the chat, if they don't expect to find more evidence, why ask them to look for pieces of taillight? Right? That's another question. That's another question for sure. All right, let's continue on.
So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Well, maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 253 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 232 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team, because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert?
West team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway. So I reached out to a West team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
All right. But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 PM in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response. It will normally duplicate the instructions. So as I listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct, sir. We weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The Daily Journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Also, Gooner 1950, he's getting agitated. I don't know. He seems to be keeping it relatively cool so far. That's my opinion. Folks can disagree with me for sure.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 PM, correct?
Yes, that was entered into the Daily Journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 PM alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done.
All set, sir.
So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 PM phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 PM alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, "Cert activated en route to Canton."
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability?
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 PM alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson, that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is timestamped at 3:48 PM.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was timestamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 PM alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command. And that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
Okay,
So there's several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for Numerous reasons, staffing reasons. They know I'm going to be pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through the weather to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
All right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? Let's get back to the podium. Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yeah, it's whenever they would have been entered into the system, but that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet,
All
sir.
right, but again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is Again, Carrier?
Carrier, correct, sir, 541.
He showed up at 5:41 and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually?
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after your team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well, I didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did not.
Who used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right. And a command post is a base of operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34 Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Bousselet moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right. So again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right. But in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene?
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, You called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
And there is an entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission. And would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't?
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead and
Lieutenant, having read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir, so I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just a moment. All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes.
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Yes,
you.
we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who else notices? Are we gearing up for an impeachment? We might be.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches,
Oh.
less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did.
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic. And then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area less than a foot apart,
The
correct?
same general area, but it could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Allow it. Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not done.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read, around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate.
Where you're saying 3 feet, I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS markings, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know where. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I'm just asking questions. All right. So with regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking
trying
a
to argue with
factual
him.
question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic? Did that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, Not without measuring it, but I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right, I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right. And then, moving along, we have the red piece of plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic, then finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found, several feet south?
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay, all right, so we will agree that, 1 piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No, okay.
So unless Yannetti has something concrete to tie, like where he's getting this 3 feet distance from, like between all of these different objects, it's hard to follow him along with this this portion of the cross-examination. I will say this doesn't feel like his strongest cross-exam right now. Maybe he's going to pull something out that will make things much clearer for like where he's going, where he's coming from. But otherwise, I mean, this witness is like, I just don't agree with your distance. Like it was all a lot shorter distance than what than what you're saying. So, but again, it's like without that sort of backup information, either some testimony somewhere or some photos or something, it's hard to it's hard to go along with him on this portion. Also, I don't know who is sighing into the mic. That sounds like probably Lally, perhaps. I'm not sure, but they need to not do that.
Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir. They were under snow.
May I have those exhibits, please? Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't
Oh, sure.
why don't we have this be our morning recess, folks? So we'll take our 15.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. So this is going to be a 15-20 minute break.
Follow me, please.
Okay. Okay.
Oops. So we're about 10, 11 minutes behind. I want to see first if she's going to say something to the attorneys, and then we'll get some questions and we'll fast forward. Nope. Okay. Nothing. So we've got, and now we're live. All right. So we just skipped through a good 10, 11 minutes here. All right. Let's get some questions, shall we? All right. Catastrophe K8. Can you make a shock and horror glass? I think that's a good idea. That's another good one that I will have to do. Let me write that down so that I don't forget it. Let's see. Okay, that's a fantastic idea. Done. All right, Mike Olson. Is this trial more interesting and or entertaining as the Deb v. Heard trial for you as a lawyer? Plus Gavin Fish pod with ex-DEA Sam McDonough yesterday is a must for everyone here. Interesting. That's an interesting thing. I'm gonna have to check that out. And then as far as like, interest level or entertainment level, I mean, they both are entertaining and interesting, but for different reasons. Obviously this is a criminal case. That was a civil defamation case. Um, so yeah. I don't know. I mean, they both are very interesting and different in their own ways. Rob Ensign, question, who's the guy with the little desk behind the defense table? So yeah, we've gotten this question quite a bit. I'm pretty sure he's a tech guy. He's helping with the um like exhibits getting shown and things like that so that the jury can see them up on the screen. I'm pretty sure. The Rubber Duck 77 not having a green light yet for a dead cop. Isn't that sus? Sounds like defense is getting at having the time to plant the evidence is why. Well, I mean, that amount of time of it being unsecured in between those searches definitely introduces some questions for, at the very least, right? So, there's that. But you know, is it sus in terms of like them not having a green light yet? I don't know why it took so long between 8 a.m. and like 2:30 for him to get a call from Sergeant Tully, from Canton PD about this. Like that's like I have some questions about that. Like what happened in between those hours? That's quite a long time before bringing in the Massachusetts State Police. Um, but in terms of like, sometimes there is bureaucracy involved in these kinds of things, right? Like, the determination of like which police force has jurisdiction over a particular crime scene. There'll be some push and pull, I'm sure, and I'm sure there's a lot of bureaucracy that goes into it as well. But it is interesting though that it took, let's see, 4, 5, 6.5 hours before he even got that call, even before they had the green light. So that's interesting. Let me make sure that I get some of these questions up here. All righty. Tish, Legalbytes, I feel confused. Is this witness being evasive? The tone of this lawyer feels so off. I mean, Yannetti's got basically the same tone that he's had with every other cross-examination for the most part. So his tone doesn't seem strange to me anyway. But I don't think that this witness is being particularly evasive either. So I don't know. I think that I think overall, like, he seems to be answering in a fairly straightforward way, even on cross-examination. He doesn't seem to be afflicted by cross-examnesia. Maybe that's just a thing that goes on in Canton. And maybe the Massachusetts State Police are less afflicted by it. But yeah, I don't know. To me, he doesn't seem evasive. Indestructible cauliflower, can you boost the volume on the attorney's mic? Unfortunately, I cannot. The audio that we are getting from the feed is the audio, in terms of like balancing and things like that. I can't do that. I have boosted the overall feed as much as I can. So we're kind of maxed out. So yeah, sorry about that. Helena Handbasket 1 question, when, if ever, will Proctor testify in this case? That's a good question. I did hear last week, I think, that that the prosecution is probably actually not even going to call him at all, which, if that's the case, I mean, that is a strategy. I don't know that I agree with that strategy, but the defense will definitely call him if the prosecution doesn't. So that would be very interesting to see as well. Mike Olson, I've heard a lot of someone named Grant the last couple of weeks haven't really done any research, but I understand he's a special person who very few like. Who is he? I know of a Grant Ellis who is I've seen him on Twitter occasionally. He's an independent journalist, I think, who seems to be very pro prosecution. So, but other than that, I don't know all that much. I've seen some engagement with folks arguing back and forth with him, and I think he and Turtle Boy do not seem to get along. That's the only thing that I know of. Maybe that's who people are referring to. But other than that, I haven't spent much time digging into any of those sort of like side subjects around this trial. Larry Huffin, question: if we're all aware that the scene was left open for anyone to come in and plant things, how can any of this be trusted? The scene is not secured. How can this be admissible in court? Well, so it's all admissible in court because it's evidence, right? It's still evidence. But the issues about the evidence go to the weight as opposed to the admissibility, and that's those are all questions that the jury is going to be asking and basically answering, which is like, how much can we trust this evidence if it was, if this whole crime scene was sitting here for 8 hours and no one happened to see it before, and then there's plenty of opportunity for someone to come in and plant some evidence here, and do we think that somebody would have actually done that based on not just the opportunity, but also the, maybe they had a reason to. Those are all questions that the jury can definitely ask and answer in their deliberations. So, that all, like I said, goes to the weight as opposed to the admissibility of the evidence. Buttercup 203 question: shouldn't Lele have called accident recreation specialist like before cert? I mean, not necessarily. It is strange that we're hearing from Trooper, what's his name? Trooper O'Hara this late after we heard from all of Canton PD in the beginning. So it is strange that this is all like that there's this much of a delta of witnesses in between his testimony and like all of Canton PD that was called before. So yeah, I don't know. But I still would expect him to be called before the oh, let me see here. Sorry, I'm also trying to get some questions at the same time. Let's see here. Sorry. Okay. So but yeah, I still would expect to see it before the expert witnesses. Jerry Roth. I mean, other than the medical examiner, that's someone who would be an expert witness that I would expect to see a lot earlier. Jerry Roth, do you prefer Yannetti or Jackson for the defense? Yannetti feels like he gets irritated quickly compared to Jackson. I have noticed that Jackson tends to have more of those mic drop moments in his cross-examination. He seems to be a little bit more, I don't know. I don't want to say more capable. But I don't know. I like them both. But I have noticed myself gravitating more towards Alan Jackson's style. Not everybody does. Ardo Risnan, a very pertinent question. Why is there no emoji for Red Solo Cup? Every single time we see shoddy evidence handling Red Solo Cup. No, we do have one in the chat. So yeah, you gotta find it. All right, the Rubber Duck 77 Legalbytes follow-up to my last question. With it being a dead cop, shouldn't it be all hands on deck usually, other than maybe Canton for conflict of interest? I don't know. I mean, they're, all police departments are operating with all kinds of limitations on their resources and things like that I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily assume that it would be all hands on deck for any kind of a case to include a cop death. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't have enough information to really be able to like conclude one way or another on that. Sonia D, in a courtroom, how do the defense and prosecution usually feel about each other? Is it like competitive understanding, or are they temporarily arch enemies? I don't know. I think it really depends on the history between the two. If you know, like I've dealt with opposing counsel where, you know, in litigation where I'm sitting and waiting for a hearing, and opposing counsel comes up and sits next to me and wants to like chat my ear off and like, you know, be friends. And then I've also had other opposing counsel where they're just complete bullies and you just don't want anything to do with them. So, you know, the fact that they're opposing counsel doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna love or hate them. But it really kind of depends on like personalities, the history of the litigation up to that point. Have they been making your life hell? You know, think like unnecessarily so, I should say, as opposed to like game recognizing game. Um, but I don't know. I can't quite I can't quite give a broad answer to that. It really depends on the a number of factors like especially like personality and things like that. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, no doubt you truly have to watch the Gavin Fish pod. The DEA agent makes a lot of convincing points. I will test you tomorrow, so study it hard. If I have time before tomorrow, I've still got that recap that I've got to do after all of this is said and done today. Jerry Roth, how close are we to the defense getting the case? So I don't know. I would think that we don't have that much left. But I'm not sure. I mean, you know, I don't know. It's difficult to tell because there are so many witnesses on the witness list still, but I don't think that they're going to be calling everyone. I really don't think so. Let's see here. El Borate. 2 of 7 cert team were MSP, but they don't know the other employer. That was a weird answer. That was admittedly a weird answer. Let's see here. Is there anything else here? Okay. Let's see if there's another one that I've got to find. Scrolling on down. Jerry Roth, is this the first time we have heard someone suggest that John O'Keefe was dragged after being hit? No, because I had known that. We've got some noise in the courtroom. I had known that that was the prosecution's explanation for the scratch marks on the right arm, was that was like road rash. So I knew that there was some sort of an allegation that he was dragged. Rebecca Anderson, LTL Media had a timeline created based on testimony, as it is eye-opening. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nettie, you can go back to the podium.
Thank you, Ron.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
Right. So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to...
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right, in any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Redirect, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
So Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than, doesn't get too thorough.
Now, you had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that equipped with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene,
Correct, sir.
as well as each member of your unit? Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that. Is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, President
Appreciate it.
Witness.
Need this journal back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti, this is your paperwork, I believe. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Miss Maureen Hartnett to the stand.
Maureen, okay, so Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab now. That's where this person is from, where this person is from. Where, if anywhere, are you from? The Massachusetts Crime Lab. Sorry, ignore me.
You step right up here and just watch your step for me.
And also, we are going to get, let me just double check first that we've got some questions here to answer. No, actually, we went through all of them because of the recess. Okay, cool.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Hartnett, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And I'm going to ask you some questions just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate was concerned?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're initially hired, you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist 2 now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or in my current hire?
You're back in 2000.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in regard to in regard to that work?
Yes, I was trained on how to properly collect and seal those samples.
Do you use red
And
solo
what did
cups?
the training sort of consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Now, your current position, what is your position at the crime lab now?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period of, or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist 2?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist 2.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what goes on as far as that process is concerned, going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2?
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the criminalistics unit.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the crime scene response unit?
For the crime scene response unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the crime scene response unit, what is, based on your training experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime scene is any location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now, with regard to those 2 positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regard to those 2 units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training, yes. Let me ask you first to start with the criminalistics training.
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence such as blood stain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And as far as the training was concerned with regard to the crime scene response?
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes, as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or is there a certain audit process? How is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January of 2022?
Yes, it was.
And is it up to date currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body ANAB that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury
So what we're going to be getting into is some sort of hair may have been found somewhere that she's going to be talking about, because this is basically saying, like, this is all the reasons why you should trust me on what I say about this particular type of evidence.
What remediation is and why this specific proficiency test required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
And how was the remediation completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples for item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she then mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
That's strange.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that the previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
Yes, I did.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like again.
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that under the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics such as a loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as blood testing is concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally, I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a 2-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test. And then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a COVID, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
And through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with a term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, one to be tested in our DNA unit and one to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that that item, the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton Police?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you go?
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
And when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And you made certain observations of that, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the crime scene services section within the state police lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting your work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a 3-page document. Just ask you to look at that. Help you finish. Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's, it looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
Uh-oh.
So as far as the notes that you took, they're not memorialized. Ms. Hartnett, you had taken
Into the
notes
mic,
on those
sir.
diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Includes the make, the model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is JTJF1Y7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
I approach you, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce in a minute.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Hartnett, before you, I believe on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Just click on the button there and point it at the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Hartnett, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of diagrams, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you observed and what, if anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 2nd.
In my notes, I had the vehicle was in overall good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
So in this area here.
And as far as the damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page, please. Now, from the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the document.
The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken tail light was here. And then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that lift gate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area of the bumper?
I observed an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here. And I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say apparent human hair on the rear bumper, why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage and you're making these observations?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of the hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that performed?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab and examined microscopically?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserved it for the trace unit, if you could, just in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So the criminalistics unit does not perform glass identification. That would be done in the trace unit. They would also, they also will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
And lastly,
So really quick, guys, sorry, I'm going to have to take a really quick, like 2-minute break. I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves in the meantime. And we're back. Okay, cool. Sorry about that little break. Let's get back to the testimony.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the third diagram within that. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as the third diagram,
Yes.
or the third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of the diagram?
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Ms. Gilman, you can, excuse me, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you initially a set of 18 photographs, just asking you to generally look at those, and I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there.
We're going to fast forward just a little bit.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll want to see some speak in the minutes of the next minutes.
No objection.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to,
So Madam Court Reporter needs to,
I understand. So all I'm asking, Your Honor, is if I may approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is recording so that the witness may review them. Are we done?
This poor court reporter. James asked, Jackson doing the cross of this witness, or do we not know yet who is crossing? Jackson was the one who just responded no objection to approaching. So he's going to be the one crossing. So get ready for those fireworks here. Ickes. If the dents or damage are old and you can prove it from old photos or from a repair shop, could you bring them up? I'm assuming you could quickly to squash a bunch of this. Yeah, absolutely. You can show that those marks pre-existed this whole incident. Then yeah, I mean, then causation is completely out the window. All right. Fast forwarding.
you really need to keep,
Whoops.
Your Honor, with court's permission.
so Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up and the witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs that have now been marked for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498. Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2499. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
Okay, Ms. Gilman, next photograph, 2500. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen as this exhibit 140?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this enclosure?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of the Canton Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, that's going 2501. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph is Gilman 2502. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this point?
The driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505. And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman 2506. Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's up and around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
So they'll secure the SUV with caution tape around it while it's in what, the Sally Port here, right? But they won't secure the crime scene for 8 hours in between when they go in to search it multiple times. It is kind of funny.
Now, from this photograph 2506, which is exhibit 145, using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you were talking about, or where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2508. So looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a little. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that damage.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle in this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect?
Interesting. Okay, so negative for DNA underneath the car. what they're saying is that he was dragged. Maybe what they're saying is that all of the contact that he had with the car was through his clothes. I don't know how he gets those scratches on his arm if he's still wearing his jacket when he was dragged. So, I would want to see what the jacket looks like if that was scratched up. Like, on the sleeve here, because I would expect that to be scratched through if he got scratched up with road rash.
Collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
And turning away from that just for a moment, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512. And Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention up on the screen what's been now been marked as Exhibit 150. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items that you observed, do you observe in this particular photo?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear tail light? To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I note the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that's
Really quick here. Rhonda, Iowa girl, thank you so much for the super chat. Damage on bumper, rear door, and taillight. No injuries on his lower body corresponding to those areas. This doesn't add up. So far, I mean, there is still time for the prosecution to make this look more like a convincing argument, but the lack of injuries to his lower body needs some explanation for sure.
second set of photographs that I placed before you when the stenographer was marking those exhibits. Do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
You're on the phone. I'll seek to introduce in a bit. These just 4 photographs of the next exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection to this.
Okay, we're gonna fast forward.
For the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2521. Ms. Hartnett, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 156?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have Ms. Gilman photograph 2527.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with counsel?
Okay.
Okay, let's fast.
Thank you.
Screen.
Oh, never mind. Let's go back.
So Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention to the screen, photograph 2527, that's now been marked as exhibit 157. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this package, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Hartnett, 2535, which has now been marked as exhibit 159, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing another series of 9 photographs. Again, just ask you to look at those. Look up when you're finished, but really what I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize what's depicted in this?
Jump ahead.
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those 9, that set of 9 there?
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce and admit as the next 9 exhibits.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Well, you really have to keep your voice up.
I'm sorry?
You really have to keep your voice up.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Yeah, but are you going to change it? Come on, man. Speak up. Okay, fast forward, fast forward.
Thank you. Permission, may I publish?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish portions of this for the jury as well?
Okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539. Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Now, as far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that, or what's visible of that in this photograph.
This area here is the broken tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have next photograph 2540. Now exhibits 161. Again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe, if anywhere in this photograph, damage to the right rear passenger.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554, exhibit 165?
Yes, I do.
And talking before, earlier in your testimony, about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
And do you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you direct the jury's attention using a laser pointer to where you observed that and what, if any area of damage or what that's to note?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in. There's a letter on the sticker. I believe it's A. that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
How does that stick to it? I'm confused. Like how does that supposedly this is a hair right here? How does that like it doesn't seem like this is a jagged area on the bumper to like have pulled a hair. I don't like and believe me, I'm someone who is very used to hair getting stuck in all kinds of places around me. When it gets to be super long, it gets stuck in chairs, it gets stuck in seat belts, it gets stuck in all kinds of things. But how does it get stuck on like a smooth surface like that? I've never had my hair get stuck on like a smooth bumper. And that looks like it's it's kind of a poor picture, I suppose. It looks like the car is dirty and things like that. So maybe there are some grooves or some edges in there that I'm just not seeing. But to me, this looks like this is just like it's got some scratches on this part of the bumper, but like how I don't know. I don't know. Like it's that's strange.
If I could have photograph 2558. My fault, 2556. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. Okay. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what, if anything, is depicted that you denoted something sort of black or further examined at a later?
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. If you could just move those up on your finish. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the tail light on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Come up, please introduce you as the next exhibit.
No objection.
$169 to $172.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573. Ms. Hartnett, again, photograph 2573, what's now been marked as exhibit 169. You recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle just below the taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you placed in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Understood.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2576. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area. I'm sorry, first on the one below. Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this Exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another series of photographs of this asking the same question. If you could take a look at those and asking if you recognize generally what they are.
Okay, jumping ahead.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to call on to introduce in a minute as the next exhibits.
No objection.
Okay, jumping again.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to publish some of those photographs to the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2558. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's contained in photograph 2558, Exhibit 173?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2561. And for the record, this is Exhibit 176. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle there. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
the witness? I'm showing you a series of 3 photographs. Those that are finished.
Okay, we'll jump ahead while she looks through those.
And do you,
Thing back at the left.
ma'am?
Sorry.
And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's contained in that, those 3 photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of next minutes.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, Ms. Hartnett, before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions. So it makes no difference to me, but I think we can turn the light to that. Thank you, Mr. Officer. Now, as far as the collection of that evidence that you collected from the vehicle specifically, how was that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the collection of evidence that you did in this case, was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have?
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular day?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically, is that what you're asking about?
Well, first, let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
Really? No red solo caps? This is disappointing.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I used disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or the paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those would have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle. So a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
And as far as what exactly was it that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had 2 hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your 2 gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did you do with the taillight there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab, where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
Hang on. We got to do it. We got to do it.
Red Solo Cup, I fill you up.
We had to, right? Sorry, I didn't unmute myself before I said it, but I basically was saying we got to do it. So, yep, yep, yep. Red Solo cups. All right, let's continue.
Now, starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
What is the point of using 2 sterile swabs when nothing else involved has been sterilized?
And then what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those solo cups, let me ask first with regard to the solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope, in a large envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, after your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Also, really quick, Sarah V, thank you so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships. Very kind and generous of you. So let's see here. Carolyn V, Alexandra Baginski, Patrick Barrett, Paula, Tori Matthews, you have all been gifted memberships. So welcome or welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you guys here. Hope you guys can join us for our next members only live stream. Should be this Friday at 10 a.m. East Coast time.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
And as far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, with the court's permission, could I publish for the jury what's now been marked as exhibits 187 through 189?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 8970. Now, Ms. Hartnett, directing your attention to what's up on the screen now is exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's depicted in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph. What's now up on the screen is exhibit 188. Again, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is, in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you?
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I am holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
And lastly, photograph 8972 to 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this book?
That is the back side of the taillight. And again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hartnett, from your initial response to the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that piece?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
And as far as your examination is concerned in that microscopic analysis, what are some of the things or what are some of the characteristics that you're trained to look for that you observed in this specific instance to give you that determination that it was a human hair?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on those shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item are looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have sort of an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, where in animals it may be much larger than that.
Now, as far as based on your examination of this particular item, this hair, what, if any, opinion or what, if any, determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined microscopically here?
I determined the hair was consistent with the human hair with a root.
Now, as far as that item was concerned, was there any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
May the witness refer to her notes just to reference that?
Yes.
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
So where did the hair go from there?
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
The root end is the end that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
And do you know why that is?
We don't perform that type of DNA testing at our lab.
And that's something, you're familiar with the term mitochondrial DNA testing?
I am familiar with it, but I don't really have a full understanding of it.
But as far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have had to been sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be, the type was mitochondrial?
Yes, that was my knowledge at the time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have
Sorry, my mic. Really quick, Josh, I thank you so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships. Very, very kind and generous of you once again. So Sarah Trerice, Nan R, Dan, Buttercup 203, and Kim, you have all been gifted memberships by Joshua. So welcome or welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you all. And I hope you guys can also join us for our members only live stream coming up on Friday, 10 a.m. East Coast time.
a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this case sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And specifically, there was an item 7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for in regard to your examination of the clothing items?
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item, 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And
also really, really quick, we also have a gifted membership from Sheena Ford. Thank you so much, Sheena, once again, for the gifted membership. So Wendell Young, you have been gifted a membership by Sheena. So I believe that's a welcome to Bike Club for you. Welcome, welcome. Thanks again, Sheena.
there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, didn't mean to pause it.
Photographs, and again, asking you to look at those and look up when you finish.
And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll move to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 190 through 195.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hartnett, before I turn to these, I just had one follow-up question. And you had been talking about, or testifying about, sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that would be attached to the scalp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where.
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9789. Ms. Hartnett, putting up on the screen now what's been marked as Exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9790, the next photograph. What's up on the screen is Exhibit 191. You recognize that as well, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 9791. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 192?
Yes, I do.
And, can you explain to the jury what that is?
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not lastly, but for this purpose, photograph 9792. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is Exhibit 193?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9795. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 194?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
Interesting. Okay.
The next photograph would be Ms. Gilman, 9796. If you could zoom in on that one. Now, Ms. Hartnett, what we're looking at here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that you labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and goes up through 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hartnett, showing you another series of photographs. Just ask if you could review those, look up when you finish.
So this was a question that I definitely had before was, for the prosecution's case, in order for them to show, if he did in fact have road rash while he was wearing presumably he was wearing his sweatshirt still while outside, when he was supposedly hit by the car, right? So we've got to look at this from the perspective of, is the prosecution proving their case? And so if he got road rash on his arm, there would have to be damage to the sweatshirt that he was wearing on top of his arm. So that is consistent. Does that necessarily prove it? I don't know. Can depend on your perspective, but that at least is a point in favor of the prosecution. This, really should have been earlier in this trial, in my opinion, because, this is like forensic evidence. It's something that's kind of concrete that is helpful to the prosecution to tell their story. I see a lot of folks in the chat saying those are dog bites. Those are dog bites. Could be, maybe, we'll see what the defense has to say about it. But at the very least, in terms of the prosecution presenting their case, this is something that they definitely needed to show.
Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
Can I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on, to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we begin, Madam Court Reporter, Your Honor, if I may approach just to show the next series of photographs.
Okay.
Okay, let's zoom through this.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811. With respect to what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 196.
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that is an area of damage that I noted as area 1 in my notes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9812, next one. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 197?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, area 1.
And that has some measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9813. Again, this is area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815. Again, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 200. You recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the area 3 that I noted.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9817.
Also, really quick, Gooner 1950. Thank you so much for gifting a 1 Legalbytes membership. Very kind and generous of you as well. Dre Axo, you have been gifted a membership by Gooner 1950. So welcome or welcome back. Probably, I think welcome to Bite Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us on Friday for our members only live stream.
Now, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And is that the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. What's up on the screen is Exhibit 204. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And again what is depicted in Exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll call seek to introduce as the next exhibits.
No objection.
And if I may approach the witness just to present another set.
Okay.
Okay, let's fast forward.
There's exhibits 206 through 217. Those essentially sort of the same close-ups and then a close-up with a measurement that the jury just saw in regard to what you had marked as 1 through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area in the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the areas of damage 12 and 13 on the rear of the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Okay, just place these before the witness.
Okay. fast forward
Yes.
again. Okay.
And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
And the items marked that you labeled as 12 and 13, are they depicted on that?
Yes, they are.
And if you could, using a laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to where 12 and 13 are.
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
And this gentleman, if I could have photograph 9838. Exhibit 219 up on the screen, is that just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the other photographs that I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those, do you recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call them off to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor, just place these before the witness.
Transporting through the dead air.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Hartnett, before I get to what's now been marked as Exhibit 222 through 230, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now, are you familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Ah, so she
Now, is that kind of
swabbed.
testing as far as canine testing or animal testing? Is that something that your lab at the State Police Crime Lab is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
And is that sort of sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, directions did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of the UC Davis lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
So what I'm specifically referring to is the items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of that item. Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were talking about as far as where you collected stains from that were sent off to the UC Davis lab, which item were they collected from and where on that item were they collected?
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing as far as the questions go. So
Once again,
turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab, in addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing that screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with the screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as exhibits 222 through 230. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have photograph 9841. And what's been marked as exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other.
oh, hang on. We went so long that I lost my earbud. New one. There we go.
Clothing, similar to the tears or cuts or the damaged areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red-brown stains on this item, I use letters.
Starting with A and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red-brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843. And what's up on the screen, which has been marked as exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red-brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a holdout version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now up on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on those stickers. And Ms. Hartnett, if you recognize what's up there on the screen as exhibit 227.
Yes, I do.
And these are 2 other stains that you noted as far as D and E on the same item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the exhibits. The next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I could read these here.
Fast forwarding.
Thank you. Mr. Lally, we have a few minutes before lunch. Do you intend to display some?
I think
If,
maybe,
if you do it quickly, do it now.
um,
If you're not, we'll take a break. Jurors, we're going to take
No,
the luncheon
that's-
break.
All right.
I'm going to see counsel.
Lunch break it is. Okay, council's going up. We're gonna fast forward. Okay, so jury's going out. Let's see if there's any other discussion. Are we just gonna go straight to live? Oh yeah. Okay, so they're just going out for lunch. Okay, so I believe this is gonna be a 30-minute lunch, like she said before. So today we're going until 4:30 p.m. Lunch is about 30 minutes. That's why the stream is already up. It's public, the afternoon stream. So that's going to start in 30 minutes. So we are going to take this off the screen. There we go. And let's answer some questions really quick. And then this will redirect directly into the next one once I end the stream. Okay. Baz 80s. I think Lolly pointing out her competence instead of defense is actually, incompetence instead of the defense is actually a good move, but couldn't they have gotten a second opinion and used that witness? So you're referring to the mistake that she made as in terms of like identifying or not identifying the root of the hair. Yes, absolutely. I agree. It was good for the prosecution to do that. That is kind of taking the sting out of it so that we know that there's an issue with it. She addressed it. She talked about how she was, supervised by her superior. And kind of explained, how she had made that mistake and then kind of moved on. So it's, it does introduce a bit of a question of like, wait a minute, like, how did you get that wrong? But it's always better coming from the direct examination for that witness than cross. Sophie 1518, Legalbytes, is any type of research forbidden for jurors? Like if a witness testifies about X and I have a book at home about X, am I not allowed to read it to check if the witness is right? That's correct. That is correct. You're not allowed to look at anything, including if you just so happen to have a book explaining all of that. Like if you've got a Grey's Anatomy book at home and there's all kinds of medical testimony going on, you're not allowed to crack open that book until the end of the trial after you've already made a decision as a jury. The Lucian Legalbytes question regarding KR's vehicle. Has it been in police custody for the last 2 years, or was she allowed to use it but still ordered not to fix the damage to it? It has been in police custody as evidence, is my understanding. Sheena Ford, Legalbytes, if there was damage, would she not have documented that on the diagram? So she did indicate, like right away when she was handed the diagram, that she said that there are notes of hers that are missing from this one. So maybe there was like a later version of it or something. I don't know. So she did make that kind of an indication. You would think that otherwise there would be notes everywhere. All right. Catastrophe K8 question. Did they not already show the ring footage of her pulling out that morning and hitting John's SUV? And when she pulled out, the taillight was still intact with a small area that was not red. It's funny. I have to think back because I have definitely seen it. I don't think the jury has seen it yet though. So they still have yet to see that evidence. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, is the prosecution trying to wear out the jury and hope they vote guilty out of boredom and just get the heck out of there? That's not a winning strategy if that's what they're trying to do. The Lucian question, can the judge order Lally to use the mic? I mean, what she's doing right now is probably about the extent of it. There's only so much that, I mean, it's bad enough. It's bad enough that the judge is kind of like yelling at one attorney to like use the mic because no one can hear him. Can the judge order him? I don't know, I suppose, but it shouldn't get to that point. Perry G, question, if Lally doesn't keep his voice up, can he be sanctioned by the court at some point? I doubt it. It's just harming his own case, right? So I don't think sanctions are necessary. It's his problem, right? Because he needs the jury to hear him. And if they can't, that's going to hurt his side, his case. It doesn't really hurt the defense so much. Yara Gillen, question, do you feel that reasonable doubt can only be concluded at the end of the case, or does it start for you whenever you first start having major unanswered questions? I think that reasonable doubt can absolutely can absolutely come, it can start creeping up on you, like, from the beginning. I mean, keep in mind, by the way, that the prosecution is the side with the burden of proof here. So they're the side that has to prove this. There's no affirmative defense that's been alleged here by the defense that shifts the burden to the defense. So they have zero burden here. They don't have to prove anything. They have their own alternate theory, which they are entitled to have as a defense. Every defendant is entitled to have an alternate theory as to what happened. That does not automatically shift the burden to the defense to disprove the prosecution's case. So the only side that has to prove it beyond reasonable doubt is the prosecution. So, those doubts can come up as they are explaining, putting evidence forward. Those doubts can come up. The question is, do those doubts go away as you learn more information? There are some things that, for me personally, have like triggered questions to come up that have not gone away. And then there are other questions that have been triggered that have gone away. So for example, for me, I've talked about this many times before, the snow levels underneath and above John O'Keefe when he was found. I'm reasonably confident that there wasn't as much snow under him as there was maybe above him or around him. And so, that for me is less of an issue than what it was before. But if it hadn't been for Carrie Roberts' testimony, then I still would be having those questions about the timing of when he landed, where he landed. So that is, the jury is going to be evaluating as they're going through as well. They're not allowed to talk about it. They're supposed to keep an open mind about it. They're not supposed to conclude about it, but they can absolutely have questions that can be answered or not answered as they're listening to more and more testimony. James S. question: in order for the prosecution to prove their case, is it necessary for them to prove KR was under the influence, or is what we've seen so far adequate enough for a jury to deliberate? Well, I think it's adequate enough for a jury to deliberate either way, because there is evidence that has been introduced that at the very least suggests that she had alcohol before, right? That could have been enough for these charges at the time of the incident. However, there's a difference between, evidence that exists, or is it enough evidence for the jury to conclude in a certain way? And that second question, I'm more referring to the weight of the evidence. So the jury is going to deliberate. They're going to weigh everything. They're going to determine what is reasonable, what's unreasonable, what is just total junk, total bunk, and they're going to make those decisions. But I will say that in terms of your first question about what the prosecution needs in order to prove their case. So they do have a DUI charge. So they do need to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Karen Reed was drunk at the time of the incident, that she allegedly hit and run John O'Keefe and left him to die in the snow. That is material to that particular charge. Whether that can be used for the murder charge, there are ways that they can still get her on murder if the jury concludes that she wasn't drunk, but she still hit him, that she, was somehow being reckless or what have you. There are ways for the jury to conclude that without that. But, for the DUI charge, they have to prove that she was above the limit at the time that she was driving it. So if there's not enough for the jury to conclude, if there is evidence for it that the prosecution says this proves it, there's that question will still go to the jury, but the jury may say, yeah, but that's not good enough, and we're not convinced. Sarah Treris, let's see here. Legalbytes, I love the chill vibes of your channel. Do you think the defense, thank you so much, very kind. Do you think the defense will ask if the hair shows signs of decomposition? Can they tell when the hair came away from the body? I don't know that they can tell with that much clarity, that much accuracy, especially in terms of hours or a few days between that. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but I don't think so. I'm going to say probably not, but I could entirely be wrong on that. Mr. Baker, can you explain the difference between reasonable doubt and any doubt? Yes, reasonable doubt is doubt that's based off of reason and common sense. So like it's not speculation. So, if somebody has doubts, but it's just pure speculation, they're saying, well, what if this happened or what if that happened? They're sort of pulling theories out of the air that no one is really supplying, and it's not based in anything, in any kind of evidence that's in front of them. That's doubt, but it's not reasonable doubt. It has to be based off of the information that's provided in front of them, and them using logic, reasoning, common sense to come to that particular conclusion, to say, I still have issues with the prosecution's case because of XYZ. And so long as it kind of makes sense, common sense, as to how they got there, that's reasonable doubt. Joey G17, Legalbytes question: during a snowstorm, how is it possible to have a hair sample stick anywhere on the paint? LOL, I smell BS. Yeah, I have the same kind of questions. I mean, the photos were not clear enough to show if there's some sort of jagged edges for them to get caught, in the bumper, in the paint. If there are deep enough scratches, deep enough grooves that it can get caught in there. I can see that happening, but from those photos, it's still, I didn't see any sort of grooves like that for it to get caught in. And especially with a snowstorm, especially with her driving around for several hours. And with the, other testimony from other witnesses talking about how there was like snow caked on top of these various parts of the SUV, from the snowstorm. I don't know. I also am a little bit skeptical of where that hair came from, how it was able to stay for so long, several days while the SUV was sitting in there in room temperature, right? So all that snow would have melted. So I have questions. I would love for them to be answered. We'll see if they get answered. Jackie De Hernandez. Question, this may be random, but what would happen if a witness confessed to a crime on the stand? Example, knowingly admitting to killing John / participating in cover-up, etc. You mean like another witness? I mean, that would definitely end the case for Karen Reed. I think that the defense would have a pretty strong argument for a directed verdict before they start their case in chief. They may even argue to dismiss the case like right away. Maybe the prosecution would argue for a mistrial or something. So that all of that could potentially happen. So and then you've probably got, I mean, you would have a lot of people calling for a criminal prosecution of that particular witness if they confess, but there obviously hasn't been anything like that here in this case so far. Mike Olson, what theory has been proven most? That she killed him or that they killed him? I think you mean in the house. I get none is proven, but who's proven less? So which one has been proven most? I don't know. I have a hard time answering that question because I think both of them still, for me, remain unconvincing. So I have a harder time saying I believe this more than that. Yeah, I don't know. Both theories to me are still unconvincing. Desiree Bula question: when / how do defense attorneys choose when to do cross? Is it planned or on the spot, depending on direct? Love to Bites family and fur babies. Thank you so much. Well, you actually map all of that out before the day starts, before the trial starts even, really, because remember that, in the opening statement and closing argument at the very beginning, very end of this trial, both of those are going to mirror each other. Ideally, right? Ideally, you want the opening statement to say, this is everything you're going to see. You want the closing argument to say, this is everything that you saw. And then the argument is all argument. They're pulling out all the pieces of evidence that were just presented to the jury over the previous hours, days, weeks in this particular case. And then they're pulling everything together, kind of tying it with a bow and just sort of packaging it for the jury so that they can go into deliberations. And they're arming, both sides are trying to arm their supporters on the jury with as much ammunition as possible so that they can convince the other jurors that that the way that they see it is correct. So in order to do that, in order to be able to argue on closing argument about all of this stuff, the evidence has to actually come out. So the cross-examination for these witnesses, even though it's not their witness, there are certain pieces of evidence that they want and need to come out from these individuals so that they can argue it on closing. So probably what's going to happen when the prosecution closes their case in chief, or they rest their case in chief, probably what's going to happen is the defense is really just going to take like a couple days for their case in chief, because they have been making so much ground with all of these other witnesses leading up to this point. So I really think that they're just going to have a handful of witnesses to present in their case in chief. And after that, then that'll be basically it. So those cross examinations are very important to the defense so that they can argue their arguments at the very end as well. So all of that is like mapped out in advance. But of course, they do need to at the same time be very like limber for what actually is going to come out. Like there have been several times in this case so far where the defense has sort of been like, oh, wait, did I hear that correctly? And just sort of pivoted. So you've got to be prepared for that as well. Okay, let's get the rest of these really, really quick here. Driaxo, question, what are your thoughts on how she defined a crime scene as anywhere you can find evidence of a crime? It didn't bother me all that much, other than it actually sounded kind of like a bit elementary, when there have been so many other terms in this trial so far that have been like much more complex and much less like well known to a lay person. Like people kind of have an idea of what a crime scene actually is. But like, there have been other like medical terms and stuff that I remember being like, can that be defined for me, please? Like, I'm no medical expert here. Travis James, question, beyond moral certainty? No, it's beyond reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt. Elboy, thank you for the reminder about the poll. Let me end that now, because we've got just like a couple questions here. Okay. And I apologize as always if I missed any. I always try to get as many of these as possible. The Boba Fett's. What do they do during lunch break? Is there a cafeteria? I've never been to a courthouse. Thank you for your time and help, and wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Yeah, they're. I mean, in my experience, there typically is a cafeteria in the courthouse to be able to go and get some lunch really quick. Sometimes if it's like super fast, the court might actually provide it for the jurors so that they can be back really quick. And we've only got like 10 minutes. I mean, it might be a little bit longer, let's be real, because they say 30 minutes and it's usually like 40. So yeah, but a lot of times that'll be the case. Cat Love Dreaming Peach, question, do you think they're going to call back some of the witnesses that we already heard from? I don't think so, unless there's something new that came up after they testified that the defense did not actually have a chance to call, or even the prosecution did not have a chance to ask them to testify about, because they didn't know about it, because something came up with like a witness later. So Katie McLaughlin, I think, was the paramedic. Maybe she could be called back because of, social media stuff that came up after she testified. All of the photos and stuff that was sent into the defense from the public. That's entirely possible, but that's really the only one that I can think of at this point. And let's see here. Okay, looking at the poll now, going into day 19, which way do you lean on KR's murder charge? 79% said not guilty. 16% said need more information. Guilty was 4%. So, and it was 1,900 votes. So wonderful. Thank you so much, you guys, for answering the poll, and thank you so much for joining me, and for all of the memberships and the super chats and everything. I so appreciate all of that. And okay, so I'm going to end the stream now. This is going to redirect right into the afternoon stream. So I hope to see you guys there. If you guys have not done so already, please do like the stream. It really does help us with those YouTube algorithm gods. And yeah, that's about it. That's what I got. Thank you to the mods, of course, as always, for helping to ensure all the dialogue is healthy and productive, even when people are agreeing and disagreeing. So, okay, I'm gonna get a quick bite to eat as well, really quick, and then we'll get back to court. Thanks, guys. See you in the next one.